Эти, мы можем сесть в грузовик. Putin, mit einer deutschen Staatsbürgerschaft. Ihr habt gewisse Privilegien, die viele von uns hier leider nicht besitzen. Ihr habt die Möglichkeit, Druck zu machen. Ihr habt die Möglichkeit, laut zu sein. Ihr habt die Möglichkeit, solche Versammlungen hier zu veranstalten. Ihr habt die Möglichkeit, zu wählen. Ihr könnt an alle Ebenen schreiben. Ihr könnt das jetzt machen.
Doch, er ist genau. Was?
Я маю питання. Ми з командою довго думали, не знаємо, чи це робити, чи ні. Нам читати актуальні новини, що стається в країні.
Олимпиада просто, которая для меня было смешно, что типа каждый раз, когда
Ситуація в Україні – це станом на 15-17. Перше. У Маріуполі обстріляли житловий мікрорайон, пошкоджені будинки, кількість постраждалих уточнюють. Друге. Острів Зміїний атакували з російських кораблів. Повідомляють у МВС. Окупанти вели вогонь по острову зі ствольної корабельної зброї. Прикордонники та ЗСУ тримають оборону. У Вугледарі на Донеччині російські окупаційні війська вбили 4 та поранили 10 цивільних. Снаряди окупантів уразили місцеву лікарню. Серед поранених 6 медиків. У Києві 4 станції Червоної гілки метро, де з організаційних причин не курсують зараз поїзди, відчинені для того, щоб кияни могли скористатися ними як укриття. Це станції Берестейська, Нивки, Святошин та Житомирська. Усі станції київського метро під час тривоги доступні для людей у будь-який час доби. Наразі метро працює у режимі перевезень, прохід на станції вільний. І в районі Глухова українські військові застосували ПТРК, Джевелін та знешкодили 15 російських танків. Ukraine is resisting! 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 Слава Україні! Слава Україні! Максим прочитає це німецькою.
Ich werde die Neuigkeiten aus der Ukraine jetzt auf Deutsch nochmal wiederholen bzw. simultan übersetzen. Ich hoffe, das klappt gut. In Mariupol, das ist direkt an der Frontlinie, wurde ein Stadtteil beschossen. Einige Gebäude wurden dabei getroffen, aber die Zahl der Opfer ist noch nicht bekannt. Die Insel Zmyne wurde von russischen Schiffen attackiert. Die Okkupanten haben auf diese Insel geschossen und unsere Armee, die verteidigt gerade und hält die Verteidigung von dieser Insel. In Wugledar in der Donetsker Region haben die russischen Okkupationskräfte 4 Zivilisten getötet und 10 Zivilisten verletzt. Die Снаряди.
Як будуть снаряди німецькою?
Ja, die Geschosse der russischen Okkupanten haben dabei ein Krankenhaus getroffen Und unter den Verletzten sind sechs Personen, die medizinisch tätig sind. In Kiew sind 4 Stationen der roten U-Bahn-Linie. Da fahren gerade keine Züge, denn sie werden jetzt als Bomben, also als Bunker quasi gehandhabt. Und entsprechend besteht auch in Kiew momentan noch die Option, sich in der Metro zu verstecken vor den russischen Attacken. Und eine Nachricht außerdem, dass in Gluchow haben ukrainische Soldaten 15 russische Panzer zerstört mit den Javelin.
Ukraine is resisting! 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 Ukraine stands with Ukraine! Europe 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 stands with Ukraine! Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Тричі слава Героям України!
Слава Україні! Слава!
Добре, ми будемо тоді готувати, точніше читати новини з мікрофонів. І ми продовжуємо опцію вільного мікрофону. Катерина оголосить.
Так, наступно запрошую Евеліна Чайка. Ви ще тут? Евеліна Чайка. Окей, dan der nächste. Olha Oshankina. Okay. Reinhard.
Hello. I hope you can hear me very well. I'm going to say this one in English because there are all kinds of people here, including some of my friends from Europe who are standing here with us right now. And this one is going to be a bit of a personal story that I think many of us can relate to. It was especially touching to see people from Georgia speak up and be here with us, because ever since I was very young, I was in first classes of school, I remember we had those 2 kids from Georgia. And back then we never really understood what they were doing with us, but we accepted them nevertheless. I'm seeing all of you here right now, and it is 2014 all over again. I remember walking to school and seeing all those people in a square that used to be either empty or full of happy tourists sometime before. And I knew even then that this is not going to be the end. I feel that we all have known all along. Maybe we were scared then, but we're not scared right now, and I can feel it, and I'm proud to feel it. I'm proud to be with you today. I came here to study in August of 2019 after sitting down with my parents and having this conversation with them. You have to go, my mother told me, and my father told me the same. I decided to do social and political science to come back so no other 16-year-old would have to sit with their parents and have this conversation about leaving our beloved country ever again. I told my friends here, whenever they asked me, Ukraine was put on the map in 2014. Nobody knew of it before. I would meet people and they would say, Ukraine where? Ukraine who? Russia? No. Never has been. Not right now. Never will be. I've been telling my friends recently, when things have started escalating, that we knew that it was coming. Everybody knew. And they told me, no, they're gonna figure this out. Europe is here. They're gonna negotiate. things are not going to escalate. One of people who I thought was my friend told me, well, you were not bombarded yet. Nothing happened yet. Do they need blood? Do they want blood? How much more blood? I told him, it is war. It has been for 8 years. And nobody believed. How are they going to look into our eyes now? They might not, because they're scared. They're scared to look into our eyes and see pain, and see anger, because it is there. Right now, I'm sure like many of us here, I haven't been sleeping well for the long time now. Reading the news hour by hour, not letting my phone go, always scrolling, always reading, always thinking. How is it there? My friends from the east, my friends from Odessa, my friends from Kiev, in Irpin right now. My friend is texting me today. She's saying the red line is closed. My grandmother, who is a doctor, cannot come home. My parents are not young anymore. They sold their car. My brother is disabled and we don't have a wheelchair. Where are they going to go? How will they go? And I'm trying to call them this morning and they don't reply. So what should I think? What should we all think? How much more silence will it take for people there, for people there, for people in Europe and for people in the West, for them to finally feel how loud it is? Louder than the bombs and louder than the javelins. But we are not afraid. We're not afraid and we're not going to be. Because things are not the same as in 2014. Things are different. We are better, we're stronger, we're together like never before. Even here, right now, in other countries in Europe. We're not there and we all wish we were there. With the people that we love, with the people that we cherish. With people we want to hug once again and to walk on peaceful streets of our old cities. I hope, and I was never a very religious person, but I'm saying this today, I hope God is with us, with all of us here, so we can see a peaceful sky over Ukraine, and not only Ukraine, once again and for all. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Слава Україні!
Слава Україні! Слава Україні!
Jetzt geben wir das Mikrofon an Reinhard Schulz.
Ja, wie ihr seht, bin ich ja schon ein bisschen älter. Deshalb will ich noch mal ganz weit zurück in die Vergangenheit gehen. Ihr wart alle noch nicht, nicht alle, aber die meisten noch nicht geboren, als ich 1968 in der Tschechoslowakei war, in Prag. Als dort die sowjetischen Panzer einmarschiert sind und die Tschechoslowakei überfallen haben. Und heute ist Brezhnev in diese schmutzigen Fußtapfen, Putin in diese schmutzigen Fußtapfen von Brezhnev getreten. Aber schon längere Zeit. Ist ja schon, sagen wir mal, 20 Jahre her, dass er sich klar geäußert hat zu seinen politischen Absichten. Dass er sich in der Nachfolge sozusagen nicht Gorbatschow, sondern Brezhnev sieht. Also Brezhnev war der damalige sowjetische Herrscher. 68 in Prag. Und das war ja klar, in 20 Jahren. Und deshalb ist das Wichtigste, was ich sagen will, ich schäme mich für diese politische Blindheit der politischen Klasse in Deutschland. Die ist eigentlich ganz wesentlich dafür verantwortlich, wie in Deutschland und in Europa kann man sagen, die ganz wesentlich dafür verantwortlich ist, dass wir heute diese schreckliche Situation haben. Ich hoffe, dass es nicht nochmal 20 Jahre dauert, wie damals in Prag, bis die Okkupanten vertrieben werden.
Europa soll handeln, jetzt, heute, übermorgen, morgen und in der Zukunft soll Europa handeln. Wir sollen alle zusammen handeln, nicht nur reden oder sprechen, wir müssen einfach handeln. Deswegen alle zusammen, sehr, sehr laut. Europa soll handeln! 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 Es geht nicht mehr um Konflikt, es geht um Menschen, es geht um Leben. Und jetzt gerade verliere ich schon meine Wörter, weil es so... Ich bin overwhelmed und ich glaube, dass wir alle hier, Ukrainer, Deutsche und allgemein der ganze Welt jetzt gerade mit uns overwhelmed ist. Und deswegen, ich bin so dankbar, dass ihr alle da seid. Ich bin so dankbar, dass wir alle zusammenbleiben. Ich bin so dankbar, dass wir diese Solidarität und diese Empathie zeigen, dass wir laut sind, dass wir das sagen, was wir sagen wollen und nicht einfach stehen und nichts machen, sondern wir stehen hier und wir machen was, wir tun was und wir handeln. Und deswegen, ich will, dass ihr alles weißt, das ist unglaublich, dass wir das machen können, dass wir hier stehen können und dass wir das sagen können, was niemand vorher gesagt hatte oder hat zu leise gesagt. Deswegen vielen Dank und Solidarität mit der Ukraine. 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 Und obwohl wir hier sehr viele Sprachen sprechen, wir sprechen Ukrainisch, Deutsch, Englisch, ich glaube, wir können einander auf andere Ebene verstehen. Wir verstehen einander wir verstehen die Gefühle voneinander, die Emotionen voneinander. Und ich will, dass ihr heute seht, dass wir alle Menschen sind, dass wir alle eine Familie haben, dass wir alle Freunde haben, dass wir alle ein Leben haben. Und dafür müssen wir dankbar sein, dass wir hier heute stehen können und leben können. Ja, und jetzt, ich will, dass jeder mit uns das laut sagt. Wir wollen, dass die Leute, die da sitzen, uns hören. Deswegen bitte alle zusammen, sehr laut. Stop Russian aggression! 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 Stop Russian aggression!
It's exactly 16 o'clock right now. Putin убийца! 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 So, it's exactly 16 o'clock right now. The first message came from my friend at 5 a.m. It's been 11 hours, and there has been no statement from Scholz. There has been no statement from the European governments. We don't hear anything from Europe. What the hell is going on? We demand actions now. 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 We know that there is one thing that helps any war, any violence, and this thing is silence. Silence kills. 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 You can't be silent when violence is happening. You need to scream out loud about this so everyone around can hear this, so everyone around can come and help you. And while they are silent, while they're sitting and not doing nothing, people are dying in Ukraine. This is what's happening right now. They share their responsibility. From now on, the responsibility of Ukrainians, it's also the responsibility of the whole Europe. Stop war in Europe! 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 Stop war in Europe!
Stop war in Europe! Stop war in Europe! Stop war in Europe!
Stop war in Europe!
I really don't want to scare you. I really want you all to feel great and angry right now.
подписывают на Авито объявления. Вот, я помню, сообщение. И, конечно, у меня я организовал бизнес-процессы в
Уважаемые граждане, Пушкинская площадь закрыта. Если нужно перейти на ту сторону, воспользуйтесь подземным переходом. Уважаемые граждане, Пушкинская площадь. Если нужно перейти на другую сторону, воспользуйтесь подземным переходом. Уважаемые граждане, Пушкинская площадь закрыта. Если нужно перейти на другую сторону, воспользуйтесь подземным переходом. Уважаемые граждане, Уважаемые граждане, Московская площадь.
Уважаем людей, кто не понимает.
Если нужно перейти на другую сторону, воспользуйтесь подземным переходом.
Запомни,
Уважаемые граждане, убедительная просьба не скапливаться, не стоять на месте. Проходите, пожалуйста. Уважаемые граждане, пожалуйста, не останавливайтесь, не стойте на месте, проходите. Не мешайте проход других граждан. Уважаемые граждане.
Дальше проходим.
Уважаемые граждане, проходите.
Девушка, давайте дальше.
Проходите. Уважаемые граждане, не создаем столкновения, проходим.
Любопытно, что тут такое?
Уважаемые граждане, не создаем столкновения, проходим. Уважаемые граждане, проходим вниз.
Проходим вниз, уважаемые граждане.
Проходим назад, не надо здесь стоять. Слышите? Проходим вниз.
Слушай, я тебе даже показала.
В проезжей части уходим. Уважаемые граждане.
Шановні громадяни України, що ми чуємо сьогодні? Це не просто вибухи ракет, бої і гул авіації. Це звук нової залізної завіси, яка опускається і закриває Росію від цивілізованого світу. Наше національне завдання, щоб ця завіса проходила не по нашій українській території, а вдома у росіян. Українська армія, наші прикордонники, сили поліції та спеціальних служб зупинили атаки ворога. Мовою конфлікту це можна назвати оперативною паузою. На Донбасі наші збройні сили діють на відмінно. Харківський напрямок дуже складний. Сили для захисту міста працюють, вони надійні, вони наші хлопці. Найбільш проблемна ситуація сьогодні у нас на півдні. Наші війська ведуть запеклі бої у передмісті Херсону. Ворог тисне з окупованого Криму, намагається просунутись у бік Мелітополя. На півночі країни ворог повільно просувається в Чернігівській області, але там є кому його тримати. Надійна оборона побудована в Житомирській області. Ворожений десант в Гостомелі блокують. Війська отримали наказ на знищення. Так, ми, на жаль, маємо втрати наших героїв. Так, захоплені у полон російські бійці, деяким з них наші лікарі надають допомогу тих, хто здався в полон. Знищено багато російської авіації та багато броньованої техніки. Так, ми бачимо, що багато росіян шоковані тим, що відбувається. Дехто з росіян вже закликає у соцмережах, що вони проти війни. Ми це бачимо. Але керівництво Російської Федерації це навряд чи побачить. Тому прохання, якщо ви нас слышите, если вы нас понимаете, если вы понимаете, что вы наступаете на независимую страну, пожалуйста, выходите на площади, обращайтесь к президенту своей страны. Ми українці, ми знаходимося на своїй землі. Ви росіяни. Зараз ваші військові розпочали війну. Війну в нашій державі. Я дуже б хотів би, щоб ви висловлювались на Червоній площі або десь іще на вулицях вашої столиці, в Москві, в Петербурзі та в інших містах Росії. Не тільки в Інстаграмі. І це дуже важливо. Що ми бачимо на цю годину? Росія для світової спільноти перетворюється в аналог так званої ДНР. Це повна ізоляція. Я на постійному зв'язку з лідерами держав-партнерів та міжнародних організацій. Росія вже почала отримувати перші санкції з великого пакету санкцій, найбільш потужніших в світовій історії. Нікому не вдасться переконати чи змусити нас, українців, віддати свою свободу, свою незалежність, свій суверенітет. Але схоже, що російське керівництво намагається це зробити за рахунок знищення потенціально їхньої країни. Усе, що було зроблено Росією з 2000 року, може бути зараз просто спалено в прямому ефірі на очах усього світу. Ми наголошуємо, що не Україна обрала шлях війни, але Україна пропонує повернутися на шлях до миру. Що робити українцям? Допомагайте національному захисту, вставайте до лав Збройних сил України та підрозділів територіальної оборони. Будь-який громадянин з бойовим досвідом буде зараз корисним. Саме від вас і всіх нас залежить, чи вдасться ворогу просунутись далі на території нашої незалежної держави. Допомагайте, будь ласка, волонтерській спільноті та медичній системі, наприклад, донорством крові. Політикам та керівникам громад допомагайте, будь ласка, допомагайте людям, забезпечуйте нормальність життя на місцях настільки, наскільки це зараз можливо. Кожен повинен піклуватись про своїх близьких і дбати про тих сусідів чи своїх знайомих, які цього потребують. Обов'язок журналістів, важливий обов'язок – захищати демократію і свободу України. Я проговорив сьогодні з багатьма лідерами, з Великобританією, Туреччиною, Францією, Німеччиною, Європейським Союзом, США, Швецією, Румунією, Польщею Австрією та іншими. Якщо ви, шановні європейські лідери, шановні світові лідери, лідери свободного світу, якщо ви нам сьогодні не допоможете, якщо ви потужно не допоможете Україні, то завтра війна постукає в ваші двері. Слава Збройним силам України! Слава Україні! Шановні громадяни України, що ми чуємо сьогодні? Це не просто вибухи ракет, бої і гул авіації. Це звук нової залізної завіси, яка опускається і закриває Росію від цивілізованого світу. Наше національне завдання, щоб ця завіса проходила не по нашій українській території, а вдома у росіян. Українська армія, наші прикордонники, сили поліції та спеціальних служб зупинили атаки ворога. Мовою конфлікту це можна назвати оперативною паузою. На Донбасі наші збройні сили діють на відмінно. Харківський напрямок дуже складний. Сили для захисту міста працюють, вони надійні, вони наші хлопці. Найбільш проблемна ситуація сьогодні у нас на півдні. Наші війська ведуть запеклі бої у передмісті Херсону. Ворог тисне з окупованого Криму, намагається просунутись у бік Мелітополя. На півночі країни ворог повільно просувається в Чернігівській області, але там є кому його тримати. Надійна оборона побудована в Житомирській області. Ворожений десант в Гостомелі блокують. Війська отримали наказ на знищення. Так, ми, на жаль, маємо втрати наших героїв. Так, захоплені у полон російські бійці. Деяким з них наші лікарі надають допомогу тих, хто здався в полон. Знищено багато російської авіації та багато броньованої техніки. Так, ми бачимо, що багато росіян шоковані тим, що відбувається. Дехто з росіян вже закликає у соцмережах, що вони проти війни. Ми це бачимо. Але керівництво Російської Федерації це навряд чи побачить. Тому прохання, якщо ви нас слышите, если вы нас понимаете, если вы понимаете, что вы наступаете на независимую страну, пожалуйста, выходите на площади, обращайтесь к президенту своей страны. Ми українці, ми знаходимося на своїй землі. Ви росіяни. Зараз ваші військові розпочали війну. Війну в нашій державі. Я дуже б хотів би, щоб ви висловлювались на Червоній площі або десь іще на вулицях вашої столиці, в Москві, в Петербурзі та в інших містах Росії. Не тільки в Інстаграмі. І це дуже важливо. Що ми бачимо на цю годину? Росія для світової спільноти перетворюється в аналог так званої ДНР. Це повна ізоляція. Я на постійному зв'язку з лідерами держав-партнерів та міжнародних організацій. Росія вже почала отримувати перші санкції з великого пакету санкцій, найбільш потужніших в світовій історії. Нікому не вдасться переконати чи змусити нас, українців, віддати свою свободу, свою незалежність, свій суверенітет. Але схоже, що російське керівництво намагається це зробити за рахунок знищення потенціально їхньої країни. Усе, що було зроблено Росією з 2000 року, може бути зараз просто спалено в прямому ефірі на очах усього світу. Ми наголошуємо, що не Україна обрала шлях війни, але Україна пропонує повернутися на шлях до миру. Що робити українцям? Допомагайте національному захисту, вставайте до лав Збройних сил України та підрозділів територіальної оборони. Будь-який громадянин з бойовим досвідом буде зараз корисним. Саме від вас і всіх нас залежить, чи вдасться ворогу просунутися далі на території нашої незалежної держави. Допомагайте, будь ласка, волонтерській спільноті та медичній системі, наприклад, донорством крові. Політикам та керівникам громад допомагайте, будь ласка, допомагайте людям, забезпечуйте нормальність життя на місцях настільки, наскільки Це зараз можливо. Кожен повинен піклуватись про своїх близьких і дбати про тих сусідів чи своїх знайомих, які цього потребують. Обов'язок журналістів, важливий обов'язок – захищати демократію і свободу України. Я проговорив сьогодні з багатьма лідерами, з Великобританією, Туреччиною, Францією, Німеччиною, Європейським Союзом, США, Швецією, Румунією, Польщею, Австрією та іншими. Якщо ви, шановні європейські лідери, шановні світові лідери, лідери свободного світу, якщо ви нам сьогодні не допоможете, якщо ви потужно не допоможете Україні, то завтра війна постукає в ваші двері. Слава Збройним силам України! Слава Україні! Шановні
Бориспіль, Озерне, Кульбакіно, Чугуєв, Краматорськ, Чорнобаївка, as well as other infrastructure of the military forces of Ukraine. Make no mistake, it's not a military operation or whatever it was called yesterday in Donetsk or Lugansk. It's a war against Ukraine. The aggressor carried out invasion in many directions, and the Russian aggression took place within the Lugansk, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Kherson, and Odessa regions. Heavy fighting is still taking place in Mariupol, Genichsk, Skadovsk, and Chaplinka. Artillery shelling in the areas and settlements continued along the state border and administrative boundary also of the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. The aggressor state also used the territory of Belarus to launch an attack. They tried to cross the state border with tanks, armored personnel, and military vehicles, and 4 ballistic missiles have been launched towards Ukraine from the territory of Belarus. According to the latest data, they also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out from the Minister of Health. And they also made an attempt to seize the Chernobyl nuclear power station. And the fight is going right there with Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. So for the first time since Chernobyl nuclear disaster, after which Ukraine has been protected together with our European and American friends and allies, all the world from another nuclear disaster, we have to defend it again from the Russian forces. Now, Ukraine has activated our right to self-defense in accordance with international law. The combat spirit of Ukrainian military is high. We are fighting, we will be fighting. We, not only our brave and motivated military, but all Ukrainians. We are protecting our home, and we will not stop. The President also speaks to all the leaders and all the leaders of the free world, and we call for everyone to form the anti-Putin coalition to stop Mr. Putin and stop this attack on Ukraine. We're very thankful to President Biden for the immediate statement, which came minutes after Putin's decision to go on this offensive. And we are also thankful to all other allies, to the European allies, to Great Britain, to President Macron, to Prime Minister Johnson, who issued statements in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ukraine already has severed diplomatic relations with Russia. We call on all of our friends and allies to do the same. We also call on international organizations to consider excluding Russia from membership for flagrant violations of international law. Now, we value all the support. We hear all the support. It's very important for us, but it's also time to act. And we call on international community to act immediately. Only our united steps can stop Vladimir Putin and Russian Federation from this attack on Ukraine, from this war, but also from attacking anyone else in the free world. So our partners should immediately enact a package of new sanctions, and we really hope these devastating sanctions will be appropriate for this moment, and Russia will clearly feel that they cannot wage war on an independent sovereign country, because the future of the world order depends on this. So what we ask all of our partners and friends to do now, first, massive sanctions for what Russia did to us in 2014, did to us for the past 8 years, and does now as they waged a full-scale war against Ukraine. Second, all the help our friends and allies can provide us with regard to the defensive capabilities. Our military and every Ukrainian is ready to defend our country. We need help in order to be able to defend our country. And third, humanitarian assistance, because the damages that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine right now are large. And of course, the day-to-day life of ordinary people is at risk and is disrupted greatly. Now, I would want to finish my statement on saying that just before I came here, we got information from our chief commander that one of the platoons of the 74th Motorized Brigade from Kemerovska Oblast surrendered. Also noting that they didn't know that they were brought to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians, that they thought they were doing something else there. Again, Ukraine is defending our home. We will defend our home, and it's time for all free and democratic nations who value the principles and the territorial integrity and the right of any country for peace to stand together with us, but not only stand together with us, act together with us to stop the war in Europe. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer questions. We know that it's, again, Ukraine for, since 2008, announced our clear goal to be part of the European and Euro-Atlantic security system. We are extended opportunity partner with NATO, but we are not part of any of the alliances. So we do not expect anyone to fight for us, but we expect all the help and all the response the West can send to us. At the same time, we are also requesting and would appreciate the peacekeeping operations from the peacekeeping-loving countries, the peace-loving countries, and any support that we can get.
Ambassador, Josh Levin with NBC News. Could you elaborate on what you just said? Did you say that a Russian platoon has now surrendered to the Ukrainian military because they were under the impression they weren't going to be fighting Ukrainians? Are those Russian troops now being detained by Ukraine's military? Are they prisoners of war?
That's the information that we have received from, and it's official announcement from the our commander, chief commander of the armed forces, that yes, they have surrendered.
Do you know how many?
And platoon. So I don't know the exact number, but you know.
Madam Ambassador, Olivia Gazis with CBS News. Intelligence indicates that the Russians have lists. They intend to decapitate the Ukrainian government, and they have lists of targeted individuals that they could assassinate or send to camps. First, is President Zelensky going to stay in Kyiv at this moment? And second, what is the government doing to protect those people that they know the Russians have identified as targets?
Well, if you listen to President Putin's so-called speech before he announced war on Ukraine, and his speech when he recognized so-called DPR and LPR, it's clear to us that, again, it's not about Donetsk or Lugansk. It's not about some of us. It's essentially a declaration that we do not have right to exist. Now, we have existed long before Russia. We exist now, and we definitely will fight for our home. So all the planning and all the preparations are in place in Kyiv. Everyone is in Ukraine. All government, president and others operate fully together with the diplomatic forces and our armed forces, and we all support them. Now, you know that yesterday our president announced the martial law, and the parliament supported it. So now all the focus of everything that we are doing in Ukraine is to defend our country.
Madam Ambassador, Jennifer Hansen with CNN. Have you been briefed on who the U.S. will sanction and what the U.S. will sanction later today? And do you feel that will be enough to punish Russia for what they've done so far?
We expect the announcements soon from the U.S., but from all other friends and allies. We believe it has to be everything. We believe all financial institutions should be sanctioned. We believe Russia should be discontinued from SWIFT. We believe Russia should be discontinued from anything that democratic countries allowed them to be part of. We believe that the diplomatic ties should be severed with Russia. We believe that it's the moment when it's not okay for anyone who values peace to continue business as usual with Russia.
What if the U.S. doesn't go that far today? What is your message to the president if he doesn't take those actions?
Well, we are positive, given our strategic friendship and relations with the United States and the level of support, that U.S. is with us in this fight.
Ambassador Dimitri set us up with Financial Times. Boris Johnson right now at the G7 is urging his colleagues to cut Russia off from SWIFT. Has the Biden administration given you any indication that they're really willing to go that far? And secondly, could you give us an update on what is the military situation around Kyiv at the moment in terms of how close the Russians are, what they're doing, and how far into the city they may be getting?
On the first question, again, we're talking to all of our friends and allies, and especially with the United States on the sanctions, and we're in close consultations, and we are looking forward to the announcement, which hopefully will be soon, and that the sanctions will be devastating. And now, yes, we believe and we strongly ask everyone to support the discontinuation of SWIFT, disconnecting Russia from SWIFT. On the second question on Kyiv, there is a public information from the chief commander that there has been attacks around Kyiv. I mean, Kyiv is fully in control. But yes, we do have, and we have also captured some of the, and two, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, as of now, helicopters has been shot, the Russian helicopters just outside of Kyiv. There is an ongoing fight in Hostomel airport. This is a civilian airport, by the way, that has been attacked also by Russians. But so the situation is very tense. The attack is ongoing in many areas, and we need all the support, all the additional support we can get from our friends and allies, especially with the defensive anti-air supplies.
Missy Ryan from the Washington Post, are you aware of any new or specific plans by Russia to cripple or to decapitate the Ukrainian government, and what is the Ukrainian government doing in order to ensure it can continue governing the country?
Well, I can tell you about our plans. We intend to protect our country. We intend to continue fighting, and we intend to protect all the branches of power that we need to be operational in order to effectively defend our country. So I cannot tell you what is in Mr. Putin's mind, because I think until yesterday, even though we knew that there were preparations and even though this escalation started in April 2021, I don't think any normal person would believe that something like this, to this magnitude, will actually be carried out in the 21st century against independent country. So I don't know what the plans are, but I want to assure you that whatever those plans are, we will resist and we will fight and we will defend our country. Yes.
Liz Landers with Vice News. You talked about the humanitarian assistance that you are asking for right now. Can you speak to the humanitarian crisis that may ensue? Are you telling Ukrainians that they should stay in the country right now, that women and children who are pictured in subway stations taking shelter from bombs and explosions, should people stay in Ukraine or should they leave and go into other nearby countries in Europe right now?
We are doing everything that we can under these circumstances to defend our people. We ask people to be prepared, to stay calm, and we ask people to take shelter and act according to all the rules that have been in place in Kyiv, so in Ukraine. Again, as we do not know what is going to happen in the next hours, the main focus now for all of us should be how to stop this attack. It's not Ukraine that is adding to the risk of the situation. Russia is the only country that is solely responsible for what is going on. They have attacked us. They have put our civilians at risk right now, and we're doing everything possible to save every life in Ukraine, but also we're doing everything possible to defend our country. So again, as we have the right of self-defense, our chief commander also gave an order to do the maximum possible damage to the enemy as they are on our territory attacking us.
Can you give us an update? Is there a refugee situation right now, and are there estimates, are there numbers of how bad it may possibly get?
Well, of course, we know that we are trying to help all the people, especially in the areas where the largest combat is. So we are trying to assist the evacuation, especially for children and women, for the civilians, relocating them inside the country and helping in any way possible. And all the Ukrainian services that are activated also by the introduction of the marshal or are working day and night to assist all of them. But, you know, the main goal right now is to defend the country. The main goal is to stop the aggression. And while we are doing it, we are also trying to defend every man and woman and child in Ukraine.
Madam Ambassador, Jonathan Landon, Reuters, are you receiving real-time assistance from the United States and other NATO members in the form of intelligence, satellite overhead, battlefield maneuver advice, that kind of thing?
Well, you know, in these times, let me not disclose the details, which we don't want our enemy to know. But I want to say that we're in very close cooperation, and we are working with the United States, but all of our strategic friends and allies.
Ambassador, could you respond to the baseless assertion from the Russian Federation that it's undergoing a denazification of the government in Kyiv?
This is absurd. In 2014, Ukraine has chosen a path again to democracy, and we, with the Revolution of Dignity, we said no to Mr. Yanukovych and his cronies, and we said no to his decision to actually stop our move into the European Union. And we said yes to our European future. So since 2014, Ukraine has been not only reforming itself, but preserving and developing a democracy in Ukraine. We are a country that now have our 6th president, and it's all during the same time that Russia has 1 president. So we are a democratic country. All of our friends and allies can attest that Ukraine is a very accepting community, that actually after the freedoms disappeared in Russia, all of the people, many of the people actually, you know, starting from Radio Free Europe and others, found their home in Ukraine, and especially when they were first forced out from Russia and then forced out from Belarus. So I not only reject those claims, they are completely false, and I know that many people of different nationalities call Ukraine their home, and moreover, many people of different nationalities defend their home in Ukraine right now.
Madam
platform. And that was a venue and plan how we were going again through only peaceful diplomatic measures to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So just to answer this, you know, we were peaceful, we never attacked anyone. It's Russia that attacked us totally unprovoked, and it's a gross violation of international law. Thank you.
Ambassador, where is President Zelensky? Is he still in Ukraine?
Of course. Our president is in Ukraine, and he leads our nation as we now defend our home. I will not answer this question, but of course he is in Ukraine.
There were estimates, Madam Ambassador, that the capital could fall between 48 and 72 hours after a full-scale Russian invasion. Are you confident the capital can hold?
Well, I am positive that we will be able to defend our country if all of our friends and allies will act together with us now. Act on sanctions, act on additional support, and act on all of the assistance that our friends and allies can provide us with. We will defend our country, and we will resist.
Madam Ambassador, do you think if the U.S. had imposed stronger sanctions earlier, it could have deterred Putin?
Well, we are where we are, right? So let's focus on the sanctions that the United States and other countries will impose right now. This is what matters. I think, the message we all together and the acts, the actual deeds that we all together will do now is what matters.
Madam Ambassador, Courtney Bright from Wall Street Journal. You mentioned the two Russian helicopters that had been shot down, and you mentioned the platoon that had reportedly surrendered. Can you give us an idea of whether or the level of casualties on the Ukrainian side?
Yes, we have. Let me see whether I have the up-to-date information. Maybe my general has. My information is not really up-to-date here. I know that as of this morning, we had 40 Ukrainian servicemen and dozens of civilians killed. And we had several dozens of Ukrainians also wounded. But again, I do not have the up-to-date information right now. But, all I can say that we will defend our country and we are not scared.
But also 7 aircraft.
Yes. And 2 helicopters and 7 aircraft. That's the casualties right now on the Russian side. And several trucks, from what I remember. Yes.
President Biden is expected to address the nation soon. Is there anything specific you want to hear from him for you, for the Ukrainian people in this moment?
Well, we have heard already, right after the attack started, a very strong message from President Biden. He reacted right away. So right now we are working together and we are looking forward to the statements of the actions that we will all take together in sanctions, in additional support, and in everything else. So we look forward to the statement. And again, we would like to ask all of our friends and allies right now to act together with Ukraine and to help us to defend ourselves. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I would be happy to see you again or send you more information as situation evolves. Please pray for Ukraine. We all pray for Ukraine, but we also demand justice for our country. Thank you.
Could you please clarify the 2 helicopters and 7 aircraft? Those are, did you say they were Russian?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
offered the absurd pretext that he sought the demilitarization and denazification of Ukraine. In fact, he is hurling the might of his military machine against a free and peaceful neighbour in breach of his own explicit pledge and every principle of civilized behaviour between states, spurning the best efforts of this country and our allies to avoid bloodshed. For this, Putin will stand condemned in the eyes of the world and of history. He will never be able to cleanse the blood of Ukraine from his hands. And although the UK and our allies tried every avenue for diplomacy until the final hour, I'm driven to conclude that Putin was always determined to attack his neighbour, no matter what we did. Now we see him for what he is, a blood-stained aggressor who believes in imperial conquest. I am proud that Britain did everything within our power to help Ukraine prepare for this onslaught, and we will do our utmost to offer more help as our brave friends defend their homeland. Our embassy took the precaution on 18th of February of relocating from Kiev to the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, where our ambassador Melinda Simmons continues to work with the Ukrainian authorities and to support British nationals. Now we have a clear mission. Diplomatically, politically, economically, and eventually militarily, this hideous and barbarous venture of Vladimir Putin must end in failure. At the G7 meeting this afternoon, we agreed to work in unity to maximise the economic price that Putin will pay for his aggression. And this must include ending Europe's collective dependence on Russian oil and gas that has served to empower Putin for too long. So I welcomed, again, Chancellor Scholz's excellent decision to halt the certification of Nord Stream 2. Mr. Speaker, countries that together comprise about half the world economy are now engaged in maximising pressure, economic pressure, on one that makes up a mere 2%. For our part today, the UK is announcing the largest and most severe package of economic sanctions that Russia has ever seen. With new financial measures, we're taking new powers to target Russian finance, in addition to the banks we've already sanctioned this week. Today, in concert with the United States, we are imposing a full asset freeze on VTB. More broadly, these powers will enable us totally to exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system, which is, of course, by far the largest in Europe, stopping them from accessing sterling and clearing payments through the UK. And with around half of Russia's trade currently in US dollars and sterling, I'm pleased to tell the House that the United States is taking similar measures. These powers will also enable us to ban Russian state and private companies from raising funds in the UK, banning dealing with their securities and making loans to them. We will limit the amount of money that Russian nationals will be able to deposit in their UK bank accounts, and sanctions will also be applied to Belarus for its role in the assault on Ukraine. Overall, we'll be imposing asset freezes on more than 100 new entities and individuals, on top of the hundreds that we've already announced. This includes all the major manufacturers that support Putin's war machine. Furthermore, we are also banning Aeroflot from the UK. Next, on top of these financial measures and in full concert with the United States and the EU, we will introduce new trade restrictions and stringent export controls similar to those that they in the US are implementing. We will bring forward new legislation to ban the export of all dual-use items to Russia, including a range of high-end and critical technological equipment and components in sectors including electronics, telecommunications, and aerospace. Legislation to implement this will be laid early next week. These trade sanctions will constrain Russia's military, industrial, and technological capabilities for years to come. We're bringing forward measures on unexplained wealth orders from the Economic Crime Bill to be introduced before the House rises for Easter. And we will set out further detail before Easter on the range of policies to be included in the full bill in the next session, including on reforms to Companies House and a register of overseas property ownership. We will set up a new dedicated kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency to target sanctions evasion and corrupt Russian assets hidden in the UK, and that means oligarchs in London will have nowhere to hide. And Mr. Speaker, I know that this House will have great interest in the potential of cutting Russia out from SWIFT. And I can confirm, as I've always said, that nothing is off the table. But for all these measures to be successful, it is vital that we have the unity of our partners, the unity in the G7 and other fora. And, Mr. Speaker, Russian investors are already delivering their verdict on the wisdom of Putin's actions. And so far today, Russian stocks are down by as much as 45%, wiping $250 billion from their value in the biggest one-day decline on record. Sberbank, Russia's biggest lender, is down by as much as 45%, and Gazprom down by as much as 39%, while the ruble has plummeted to record lows against the dollar. We will continue on a remorseless mission to squeeze Russia from the global economy piece by piece, day by day, and week by week. And we will, of course, use Britain's position in every international forum to condemn the onslaught against Ukraine, and we will counter the Kremlin's blizzard of lies and disinformation by telling the truth about Putin's war of choice and his war of aggression. And we will work with our allies on the urgent need to protect other European countries that are not members of NATO and who could become targets of Putin's playbook of subversion and aggression. And we will resist any creeping temptation to accept what Putin is doing today as a fait accompli. There can be no creeping normalization, not now, not in the months to come, not in the years ahead. We must strengthen NATO's defences still further. And so today I called for a meeting of NATO leaders, which will take place tomorrow, and I will be convening the countries that contribute to the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is led by the United Kingdom and comprises both NATO and non-NATO members. Last Saturday, I warned that this invasion would have global economic consequences, and this morning the oil price has risen strongly. The government will do everything possible to safeguard our own people from the repercussions for the cost of living. And of course, we stand ready to protect our country from any threats, including in cyberspace. Above all, the House will realise the hard and heavy truth that we now live in a continent where an expansionist power, deploying one of the world's most formidable military machines, is trying to redraw the map of Europe in blood and conquer an independent state by force of arms. And it's vital for the safety of every nation that Putin's squalid venture should ultimately fail and be seen to fail. However long it takes, that will be the steadfast and unflinching goal of the United Kingdom. I hope of every member of this House and every one of our great allies, certain that together we have the power and the will to defend the cause of peace and justice as we have always done. And I say to the people of Russia, again, whose president has just authorized an onslaught against a fellow Slavic people, I cannot believe that this horror is being done in your name, or that you really want the pariah status that these actions will bring to the Putin regime. And to our Ukrainian friends, in this moment of agony, I say that we are with you and we are on your side. Your right to choose your own destiny is a right that the United Kingdom and our allies will always defend, and in that spirit I join you in saying Slava Ukraini, and I commend this statement to the House.
I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this dark hour, our thoughts, our solidarity and our resolve are with the Ukrainian people. Invading troops march through their streets. Missiles shell their cities. They've been cast into a war through no fault of their own, because Putin fears their freedom and because he knows that no people will choose to live under his bandit rule unless forced to do so at the barrel of a gun. The consequences of Putin's war of aggression will be horrendous and tragic for the people of Ukraine, but also for the Russian people, who've been plunged into chaos by a violent elite who have stolen their wealth, stolen their chance of democracy, and stolen their future. And we must prepare ourselves for difficulties here. We will face economic pain as we free Europe from dependence on Russian gas and oil and clean our institutions from money stolen from the Russian people. But the British public have always been willing to make sacrifice to defend democracy on our continent, and we will again. The consequences of Putin's actions will be felt throughout the world for years, and I fear for decades to come. Russia's democratic neighbours and every other democracy that lives in the shadow of autocratic power are watching their worst nightmare unfold. So all of us who believe in democracy over dictatorship, in the rule of law over the reign of terror, in freedom over the jackboot of tyranny, must unite and take a stand. We must support the Ukrainian people in their fight, and we must ensure that Putin fails. Putin will eventually learn the same lesson that European tyrants learned in the last century, that the resolve of the world is harder than he imagines, that the people's desire for freedom burns brighter than he can ever extinguish, and that the light of liberty will prevail over his darkness. For that to happen, we must make a clean break with the failed approach to handling Putin, which after Georgia, after Crimea, after Donbass, has fed his belief that the benefits of aggression outweigh the costs. We must finally show him that he is wrong. That means doing all that we can to help Ukraine defend herself by providing weapons, equipment, and financial assistance, as well as humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people. We must urgently reinforce and reassure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe, who now stand at the frontier of Putin's aggression. And the hardest possible sanctions must be taken against the Putin regime. It must be isolated, its finances frozen, its ability to function crippled. That means excluding Russia from the financial mechanisms like SWIFT and banning trade in Russian sovereign debt. I welcome the set of sanctions outlined by the Prime Minister just now and pledge opposition support for further measures. And there are changes we must make here in the UK. For too long, our country has been a safe haven for the money that Putin and his fellow bandits stole from the Russian people. It must now change. Cracking open the shell companies in which stolen money is hidden will require legislation. Bring it forward immediately, Prime Minister, and Labour will support it, along with the other measures that the Prime Minister has just outlined. Thank you, and we will support it. Mr. Speaker, this must be a turning point in history. we must look back and say that this terrible day was actually when Putin doomed himself and doomed his plan to reassert Russian force as a means of controlling Eastern Europe to defeat. We know how Putin operates, so we know how to defeat him. He seeks division, so we must stand united. He hopes for inaction, so we must take a stand. He believes that we are too corrupted to do the right thing, so we must prove him wrong. I believe we can, and in this dark hour, we can step towards the light. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister.
I want to say how grateful I am to the Right Honourable Gentleman for the terms in which he has just spoken and the robust support that he is offering to the government and to the Western Alliance, Mr. Speaker, at a very, very difficult time. And I think the whole House can be, turning to some of the issues that he raised very briefly, I think the whole House can be proud of the role that the UK has played in pioneering military support, logistical support to the Ukrainians, the role that we played in bringing together a ferocious package of sanctions, which we will now implement. And we will bring our allies together, Mr. Speaker, to protect NATO, to show that President Putin will get a tougher Western alliance as a result of his actions, not a weaker Western alliance. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that events will show that the Russian president has profoundly miscalculated. He believes that he is doing this for his own political advantage. I believe the exact opposite will prove to be the case because of the resistance that will be mounted against what he is doing, not just in Ukraine, but around the world. And we will support those Ukrainians, Mr. Speaker. We will support them economically, diplomatically, politically, and, yes, militarily as well. And I know that in due time we will succeed.
Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome my right honourable friend's statement this afternoon? This House and this country are united in our defence of democracy and our support for the Ukrainian people. Vladimir Putin has initiated war in mainland Europe. The response must be unequivocal and absolutely clear. So will my right honourable friend confirm that the government is putting in place every possible economic sanction so that Russia feels absolutely the cold wind of isolation and the Russian people understand that Vladimir Putin has brought their state to a pariah state?
Prime Minister.
I thank my right honourable friend, and she's absolutely right about what the government is setting out to do, and I do indeed believe that that will be the result for Putin and his cronies.
We now come to the SNP leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Prime Minister for an advance copy of the statement, and let me also welcome the very close contact he has kept with the Ukrainian President, of course, importantly, overnight. I was grateful that I had a chance to meet this afternoon with the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK and indeed with Ukrainian MPs. Our thoughts and our support is very much with each and every one of them, as it is with all of the people of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, although last night's events have been prophesied and predicted for some time, the acts of Russian violence, aggression and tyranny are no less shocking. What we are witnessing is a full-scale invasion. It is an act of war. This is, first and foremost, an unprovoked attack on the peace and the innocence of Ukraine and of its people. But it's equally an attack on international law, an attack on our European democracy, an attack on the peace that our continent has so carefully built over the last 75 years. President Putin, and President Putin alone, bears responsibility for these horrific acts. And it is he and his Kremlin cabal who must pay a massive price for their actions. It is important to say to the Russian people that we know that Putin is not acting in their name. He is a dictator. He is an imperialist. He is a tyrant. He is much a threat to his own people as he is to all of us. Mr. Speaker, this is a moment for unity, and it's especially a moment for European unity. All of the economic sanctions that are now finally being implemented have one clear objective: the complete economic isolation of the Russian state. Can the Prime Minister confirm that this is the objective and that he has agreed that with his international allies? That economic isolation must include sanctions on Putin and his network of oligarchs and agents, their expulsion from countries around the world, sanctions on his banks and their ability to borrow and function, and sanctions on his energy and mineral companies. And as I said yesterday, it must finally mean clearing up the sewer of dirty Russian money that has been running through the City of London for years. And I know all the complications involved, but can I ask the Prime Minister that the actions to be taken to suspend Russia from the SWIFT payment system, one of the steps that would hit the Putin regime the hardest? But just as we rightly seek to punish Putin, we must redouble our support and solidarity for the Ukrainian people. Can the Prime Minister give further details on the humanitarian aid being deployed and the plans in place to offer refuge and
États-Unis d'Amérique réaffirment à l'Ukraine leur engagement conformément au principe de l'acte final de la CSE de respecter l'indépendance et la souveraineté et les frontières existantes de l'Ukraine. Les mêmes réaffirment l'obligation de s'abstenir de la menace, de l'usage de la force contre l'intégrité territoriale ou l'indépendance politique et le fait qu'aucun de leurs armes ne sera jamais utilisé contre l'Ukraine.
Je t'en prie, Seigneur, pour que tu nous protèges, Seigneur Jésus. Je sais, Seigneur, que le peuple français est rebelle. Je sais, Seigneur, que le peuple français te rejette. Je sais que les gens, Seigneur, ne veulent pas t'en parler de toi. Je sais, Seigneur, que tu as pu retentir sur la terre. Parce que cette nation te rejette, Seigneur. Mais Seigneur, je vais pas prier. Parce que lorsque tu étais sur la croix, que le jour que le renom te fait, tu as dit pardonne-leur. Parce que le pardon que tu fais. Je viens prier, Seigneur Jésus. Je prie que tu apportes ta grâce à mes frères et sœurs. Je prie, Seigneur Jésus, que tu nous protèges, nous et nos familles, Seigneur. Protège-nous, Seigneur. Touche-nous de ton cœur. Seigneur, je sais que la guerre, des choses comme ça doivent arriver dans ton église. Ça fait partie de ton plan. Mais que tu feras juste une chose, Seigneur. Seigneur, que ta volonté
pas sûr, en ça, je suis pas sûr.
voir caméra AFP, on est trois
Non, c'est bon, c'est bon.
c'est le modèle pour Taïwan. C'est on réagit pas au réagit, et parce que moi, tout à fait comme ça. Et donc, sans attaque. стороне вы были? В дальней стороне, чем Зика.
Да, идите по правду в сторону увеличения. Мы сейчас на 58-й. Мы идем в сторону 63-й. Хорошо? Хорошо.
Stop the war!
Putin, stop! Putin, stop! Putin, stop! Putin, stop! Putin, stop! Putin is the killer! Putin is a killer. 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 Putin is a killer.
Tämä jotain, mitä Suomi harkitsee?
Tämä ei ole sellainen kysymys, mikä olisi ollut näissä ennakkokeskusteluissa esillä. Totta kai henkilöpakotteet itsessään, mutta tällainen laaja venäläisiin ihmisiin, kansalaisiin kohdistuva kokonaisuus, sitä ei olla näissä taustakeskusteluissa käyty läpi. Mutta tietenkin tänään kuulemme sitä arvioita kaikista mahdollisista toimista, mitä voisimme ottaa käyttöön. En tässä vaiheessa lähde kuitenkaan ennakoimaan keskustelua tältä osin.
Tilanne Ukrainassa on hyvin vaikea tällä hetkellä. Voiko EU, yksittäiset jäsenmaat tehdä enemmän Ukrainan auttamiseksi? Odotatteko uusia päätöksiä?
Odotan uusia päätöksiä. Tänään tietenkin tämä pakotekokonaisuus on se kaikkein keskeisin. Se, että meillä on voimakas reaktio Venäjän toimiin, on erittäin tärkeää. Meidän pitää ottaa käyttöön massiiviset taloudelliset pakotteet, joista periaatteellisella tasolla linjasimme Eurooppa-neuvostona jo joulukuussa. Ja sen lisäksi meidän pitää tietenkin käydä myös yhdessä keskustelua siitä, millä tavalla voimme tukea Ukrainaa, ukrainalaisia. Varmasti asevientiin liittyvät kysymykset, materiaaliseen apuun liittyvät kysymykset ovat sellaisia keskustelun aiheita, mistä tänäänkin käydään yhdessä keskustelua. En odota siltä osin EUlta tähän yhteistä kokonaisuutta. Nämä ovat jäsenmaiden harkinnassa olevia kysymyksiä, mutta uskon kyllä, että tämäkin nousee esille keskustelun tasolla.
Pitäisikö näistä sanktioista tänään päättää täysimääräisesti vai pitäisikö jättää vielä pelivaraa, jos tämä tilanne tästä vielä vaikeutuu?
Uskoisin, että pakotteista tullaan päättämään täysimääräisesti niiden pakotteiden osalta, jotka on valmisteltu. Ja sitten tulemme varmasti käymään myös keskustelua siitä, onko syytä valmistella vielä lisätoimenpiteitä. Pakotteethan eivät ole sellainen ikään kuin kaupan hyllyltä otettava toimi, että siellä olisi olemassa maksimaaliset ja minimaaliset toimet, vaan pakotteet pitää aina valmistella. Ja tätä valmistelutyötä komissio on tehnyt erittäin tiivissä yhteistyössä kumppanimaidemme erityisesti Yhdysvaltojen kanssa. Ja tänään tulemme käymään sekä keskustelun valmisteluista pakotteista, että varmasti myös keskustelun toimenpiteistä, joita voitaisiin vielä valmistella.
Syntyykö tänään yhtenäisyys?
Uskon, että Eurooppa-neuvosto on erittäin yhtenäinen tässä tilanteessa. Siitä minulla ei ole pienentäkään epäilystä. Kiitoksia.
What did you think when you woke up today and saw the news?
Of course, I was very worried about the situation in Ukraine. I'm very worried about Ukrainian people. My thoughts are with them right now. And we are discussing today heavy sanctions against Russia and support for Ukraine and Ukrainians. The situation is quite terrible. It worries us all, and our solidarity and hearts are with Ukraine. I think this is something that we must discuss about also.
And do you think that the European leaders should also discuss support for European companies?
I think we should discuss about, of course, the economic sanctions that have been prepared by the Commission together with our partners, and other issues that we should discuss.
Stay there for 1 second. Thank you. You guys good? Okay.
Angela, you'll give us a 2-minute, right?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, you want me to just do a lockout first, or the heading of the windows, or just it's up to you, Steve?
Sorry to keep you waiting. Good afternoon. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment, and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. And I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russia stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, These are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It will strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It will degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It will hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says that an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil-producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy-consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting, I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them, but the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence, and they have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops.
Mr. President.
Associated Press, Zeke.
So do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point? And what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin. Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we've proposed on all their banks are of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going beyond?
Yes.
Two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read the, I shouldn't, I'm not being a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
You're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And we're now he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
because
attacking
it will so
Ukraine
weaken his country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal. Respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, you know, well, anyway.
And can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
Sir, India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
Are you sanctioning President Putin?
but also every other country. And I also think that for the whole world, I think all the countries should condemn this. We have the UN Charter that explicitly says that you can't do this. So if a country is doing this, I think every country in the world should condemn this, because otherwise there might be other big countries who get the ideas to, appetite for the territories of their neighbors.
The Americans are talking about that the Russian goal could be or is decapitating the government in Kiev. What does that mean?
That means that the Kremlin's approach or ideal is to change the government in Ukraine and maybe put somebody under their control to run the country. But I hope it's not going to happen. I mean, Ukrainians are going to fight, so we have to support them.
You fear for the president's life?
We have been in that part of the history. So after the Russians came in 1940s, there were also lists and people were executed. People were sent to Siberia, and we suffered, very big atrocities due to this. So I think we should be aware, and I mean, I'm petrified that these things can happen in 2022. You thought that those things are all past, and now it's all happening.
Are you worried that after tonight's package, the EU will have no more ammunition left?
EU is economic power, so definitely the tools that we have in our toolbox are also economical sanctions. But I have been thinking there are also other ways. For example, Ukraine could also sue Russian Federation for the damages that they have caused to their country. So, and by this, there's also the implication on those, payments that the European side or any other country has to make to Russia, so they can keep and withhold those payments and pay those out to Ukraine. That's also maybe a very fresh thought, but there are other tools in the toolbox for all the countries to think about, not only European Union countries.
What do you think about the security situation of your own country? Aren't you afraid that this conflict might just blow up and escalate and we will be all in it?
We should all be afraid, but we don't see direct military threat at our borders right now. Of course, we see cyber attacks, but we are maybe more used to those. Every country should be also aware of the cybersecurity situation in their countries. So I think equally the whole Europe should be very concerned regarding what is going on in Ukraine.
Do you think that Western Europe was rather naive when it comes to Putin?
We definitely have more know-how of how Russia operates, and it is not a democracy. So Kremlin and Putin's administration is not thinking like we are thinking, and we. Therefore, it's very hard to understand for the Western world who haven't really experienced this on their skin.
So Macron was too fresh to go to Moscow.
No, I don't think it's wrong that the different countries wanted to have a dialogue with Russia, because everybody wanted to keep them doing what they're doing right now. So I think all the efforts are necessary for a dialogue. But what we see today is that Russia was just playing. They didn't have any wish to really have a dialogue. I think their idea was to try to pressure something out of NATO, out of EU, some kind of concessions in addition to, Ukraine. But I'm glad that our unity kept and no such concessions were given, even small ones. I think it's important. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. It's been a long day. How are you today?
Right now, Europe is experiencing the biggest military invasion since the Second World War. Putin's regime, it turns out, together with the Belarusian regime, are literally attacking with tanks, guns, missiles, soldiers, a free and independent, peaceful neighboring country, Ukraine, blatantly disregarding international law, any common decency, and of course overstepping and not acknowledging the right of national self-determination. We're meeting tonight to say what is Europe's combined response to that. And our response has to be united, and it has to be broad, and it has to be deep. So we need to say very clearly to Putin that this is by no means acceptable. And the general direction is to isolate ever more Putin and his regime from the rest of the world through the various sanctions. What's very important is that the sanctions are coordinated. That is, between the European Union, the United States, Canada, Great Britain, Japan, Australia, throughout the democratic world. The first wave of sanctions were very swift and very coordinated. I'm hoping that the next wave, which is today, that these will be equally coordinated, swift, and united. A second point, which is extremely important, that we all, as democratic nations, need to continue to support Ukraine. Ukraine needs two kinds of support. It needs financial support because the war effort and the lack of investment, etc., that's costing them an enormous amount of money. We need to continue supporting Ukraine financially. And the second aspect is militarily. Also, my country, the Baltic countries, Poland, some others are supporting Ukraine militarily. We think it's extremely important. They are fighting back. We need to give them the tools, the ammunition, the weapons to help them put up this resistance. It, I think, is our moral right as peace-loving democracies.
Will this wave of sanctions include cutting Russia off SWIFT?
SWIFT, I think it's a very right direction. I think we should go in this direction. But what is key, and it would work only if this is a worldwide agreement. That is, it would not be enough only for Europe or some other, but it would have to be everyone combined together.
What can you say about Ukraine's military defense? You just mentioned that Lithuania is supporting militarily. What can you say about how the defense has gone today?
Well, I've been in meetings and in a plane. I'm not reading the latest news, but certainly the Ukrainians are putting up a fight. It's very uneven. That is, Russia's military might, in the amount of firepower that they have concentrated on Ukraine, is immense. But they are fighting, and I'm convinced they will continue to fight.
If Mr. Putin isn't impressed by the new sanctions regime, do you think he could invade the Baltic states next?
The Baltic states are part of NATO. Ukraine is not part of NATO. That is the sad reality. So in the Baltic states, we have, if I'm not mistaken, 27 out of 30 NATO member state militaries in our region, even as we speak. And these militaries, even as we speak, are being upgraded. So just today, a first wave of additional American soldiers and equipment arrived in my country. The Canadians are sending also men and equipment. Germany is doing the same. Great Britain is doing the same. So the forces in the Baltics are not just our own military forces, but there are, say, in Latvia, it's at all times 10 other NATO member state militaries, now 11 with the United States coming on board, and those militaries are being augmented. So it's very different. In NATO, we have Article 5 today. The NATO meeting was extremely powerful. An attack against one is an attack against all. And literally in the Baltics, if one were to attack, you would physically end up attacking basically all other NATO member states. So this is different. We're not so concerned about the military threat as the threat to democracy as such, because Putin's goal is not very clearly defined. But it's very clear as one thing. He is fighting against democracy. We all live in democratic national countries. Putin disregards this. He is thinking still in terms of empire. He's trying to create an empire. So if he can attack Ukraine, theoretically, it could be any other European country, because the democratic ideas, if they were to get to Russia, they could overturn his government, and he's fighting for power. We're all politicians. I'm also facing elections in October. The way I am going about is convincing people what I have done good for society. How Putin does it is by jailing, by arresting, by making opposition illegal. There have even been people who have been killed in Russia in the opposition by silencing the opposition. This is a completely different world, and this is what he is fighting against, our way. Actually, it's our way of life that he's fighting against.
Prime Minister, the President Russian would actually say, you ask one question, please. Prime Minister, President Putin would actually say that it's that military buildup of NATO in eastern parts of Europe that is the problem. By increasing those military troops in eastern parts of Ukraine now, aren't you making the problem even worse?
Okay, so when a woman is raped, the rapist says it was the way that she was dressed, she was provocative. That's hogwash. It's the same here. NATO is a defensive alliance that countries such as mine wanted to join. Why? Because we feel threatened by Russia. It is a defensive alliance. NATO is not and never will encroach on anyone, and Putin knows this very well. This is the most meaningless argument that he puts. NATO is not the threat. The threat is Ukrainian independence and democracy. That's what he's fighting to squash, and that is what we have to stand up against.
Do you fear for Zelensky's life and the government's life?
There is military activity. There's a war going on in Ukraine. I'm concerned about everyone's well-being in Ukraine.
The Americans say the goal is to decapitate the government. What does that mean?
Again, Putin is putting in tanks, guns, soldiers, and missiles to annihilate Ukraine's independence. Full stop.
Is it true that Hungary at the NATO is blocking Ukraine's access to the NATO's cyber defense tool? This was said by the Ukrainian defense minister. Do you know about this issue?
I don't have any information on that.
Sir, do you think we have been too naive when it comes to Putin, especially Western Europe?
I think that for many years, many in Europe who have wanted peace have assumed that Putin also wants peace. This turns out to be blatantly wrong. Putin is actually wanting and creating this war without any pretext. There is no reason for this war. It's his own mind and a very skewed and perverse reading of history, which is having him send his own soldiers, many of whom will also die. It's senseless. And this is what we have to understand. History has seen before, in World War II, a deluded autocrat creating misery for millions. We're seeing the same thing today. And we have to understand that this is what the beginning of a war like that must have felt like, that you have a deluded autocrat who is attacking a neighbor. If we do not stand up to that, what is it that we stand for? Thank you very much.
For us, we have our Independence Day today. We celebrate our freedom. The situation is very grave. Everything that was predicted actually happened. We hoped that it's not going to. Is that, I mean, now we have to put the full package that is there.
What's your concern for the
European? See the videos of
united on the European level and have to give a very strong signal. So, of course, strong sanctions. We have to agree.
An independent, peaceful neighboring country, Ukraine, blatantly disregarding international law, any common decency regime from the rest of the world through the various sanctions. What's very important is that the sanctions are coordinated, that is, between the European Union, the United States. Right now, Europe is experiencing the biggest military
Presidente, fazer um comentário.